Justice, where are you? Michael and Linda are here.
Love you, Linda.
The world is justice. Will we ever find justice?
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing
Will
"Oh
we
Happy
know
Day."
justice when we see it? To be and down me, I lead the way. Hoping justice will win the day. Listener clues, finding justice where we can. Join us now, we're on the run. Justice is waiting, we'll see it done.
Session, please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus LINDSAY CLANCY. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I see everybody just for a few seconds?
All rise, please. Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case, and Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Good morning. This is Alan Craig with the testimony made at Judicial Review Court.
I would rather I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Celebrite.
What is Celebrite?
Celebrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrite?
I'm currently a customer engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping users of our tools to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily, or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Cellbrite, the software produced by Cellbrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Cellbrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application, aggregated, and made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis? Correct.
Yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than, know the intricacies of the case. all I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction, what type of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Bryant physical analyzer tool created by Bryant, and also my own tooling applications that I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Bryant. Tools that as an examiner, I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I still use those tools to this day. And
these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of stair flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form, understand exactly where that information is coming from, and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence. Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I had not highlighted.
And that's right there, below,
Correct.
1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as I believe around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
the battery was dead, yes.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's 2 factors being considered there. The steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data, how is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred at 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within the hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch. This table breaks it down to say which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table, it showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that data is coming from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records at 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an end time of 10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs?
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where where you ignored or disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would ignore one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom of page 7 of your report?
Correct.
Going to page 8 of your report, we have here the top of page 8. Does that show the last flight climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch at 17:03 and 17:33.
So these records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the two flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket, go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report. Looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction, is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title, it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
So the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search ?Q. The text after the Q, how quickly does Wellbutrin work, is what the user searched. Typically that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in the space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Ellaville for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16, on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
And then on January 19th, 2023, on page 17 of your report, we have symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand. based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report. What we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in gray on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, excuse me, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient, the end time when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected, and then a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, is that, I'm sorry, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you call media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here That shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
I'm looking at page 32 of your report. In that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call that would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari. So the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen. And at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location, the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
At the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 513 device unlock,
Yes.
515 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you have the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33:34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection. All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break and then we'll come right back and return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, for your attention.
Jurors have exited the quorum. This court's in session.
All right, so the court will be in a short recess at this time. Thanks.
Court, all rise. This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Yeah. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
All rise, please. You're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties present.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about, in reference to the Apple Health data, fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy or reliability of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on that.
I've done research on it, yes.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field.
It was a rugby field, but yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct. It was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing an Apple Watch, is that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. Feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until like the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
But
police.
there's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 PM, the watch stops recording information. 5:38 PM, both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls. If
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 PM, right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone, after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock PM, right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever. You
Correct.
just don't know, right?
Yes.
One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022.
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor. That's all. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just to, you're familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay, I'd offer this room.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned digital forensic report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay.
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches,
I have a different page 11.
different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old. Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at, it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
About 14 a.m., yes.
All right. And then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning?
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used this cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say randomly, let's say page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948?
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone. On that particular date, chronologically, would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines. Suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple Note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple Note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there was modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall
Okay.
on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spell check or spelling differences
Okay.
as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, it looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay, so are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay, and then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right, can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be on January 24th, 2023, and it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, so if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report, this is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman, and the text about, it looks like a nice day, you're hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there's a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in
Okay.
a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one
Okay.
from.
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning. Cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little heart thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, a few.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, you know, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
PHEW? Yeah.
Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right,
And
thank
then
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
207.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to. Well, I'm just going to answer it. I'm not going to do it. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct?
May I
Yeah, you
go
can
page?
look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by physical analyzer, a Celebrate tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history. I just grabbed that random. January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library.
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It would be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and it talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47
Yes.
meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay. So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed
Right,
as
so-
one amount of
Hold on.
information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there, it's coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay, and the data's coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work with them and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
As I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the phone.
How do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to the from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police never seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the watch, the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything, any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for all the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
There are no objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor, so you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off, we already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was,
So your answer is you
Set
don't know
down.
what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
exactly, I don't know why it wouldn't
Okay.
record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Commonwealth Press. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. My mistake. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they were by agreement.
All right,
and then we would rest.
all right.
We have the 2 hospital records, 2 discs.
272A, B.
Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript.
So the 273.
For the PIAC transcript.
Who was that?
For the PIAC transcript.
74.
And then employment records from Mass General Hospital.
275.
We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests? All right, all right, so, members of the jury, as you heard from Attorney Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point, I've got to address some matters with the attorneys. So I'm gonna, it's another one of those stops. We're gonna take a stop at this point, have you go back to the jury room, we'll address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in, okay?
All rise, please, jurors. Thanks.
Jurors, next to the quorum, this court's in session, please be seated.
Before we do the motion for required finding, Your Honor, is this a good time to take a morning break?
Do you want to take a short break?
Looking something up, that's all. I
All right,
apologize.
so the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Hey, let's go one size bigger. How about that? There we go. Let me dominate. Hey, how you doing, folks? Michael Bryant here outside the Plymouth County Courthouse. Yes, the Commonwealth has rested. You didn't hear things. It was almost, I don't know, almost seemed apologetic. Let me double check my mic setup here just to make sure we're actually. Yeah, I thought. Okay, here we go. Anyway, yeah, almost apologetic. You know, as soon as Whiffen was cross-examined, redirected, recrossed, it was like Commonwealth rest, and then they forgot they had to put in a couple of exhibits and reports from the hospitals. Anyway, so they're done. A little different than we expected. I heard there was going to be another medical expert. Clearly, somebody thought better of that because they were going to be testifying about eye blood, petechia, hemorrhaging in the eyes, which would happen after a strangulation. And somebody thought about it, I'm guessing, over the weekend and said, let's not do that. Good for you guys. Anyway, so as we had that first break, and we're not sure what that was about. I think maybe the court had some other business it had to handle. No clue really, but it was relatively quick. I didn't pop down to chat because I wasn't sure how quick it was going to be. In fact, this break we're now on, I expect they're probably going to get back to it for maybe 10 minutes or so. So I just wanted to check in since the Commonwealth had rested. So I'm in the hallway hanging out. Kevin Reddington comes out and we, say, hey, how you doing? He said, what's this guy's testimony about, meaning Whiffen? I said, I don't know. I saw him in Karen Reed. He said, don't talk about Karen Reed. I'm over Karen Reed. Something like that. Yeah, no kidding. So he did, in a very quick way, Kevin Reddington, that is, draw the necessary questions for this jury about the science that Ian Whiffen believes in, relies on. I mean, there's one point where he's basically, Reddington is saying, well, Cellbright's the god of all Cellbright technology, cell phone technology, right? I think he said, let me get his exact words, because it was kind of just, it was so Whiffen-like. It was called, he agreed that it was God's gift to cell phone work. And that quote, I created some of the tools. Yeah, you did. And we saw how well that played out for you in the Karen Reed case. Again, I'm shocked the guy still gets to go around representing Cellbright after the debacle that was in the Karen Reed case. Compared that case to this one, he got off easy, but still points were made by Kevin Reddington, basically that this information is sketchy at best. He used the example that, hey, did you know this Apple Watch, which was Lindsay Clancy's Apple Watch, was taken from the bedside table, the drawer where the cops never searched and never seized it. Did you know that? So he's making a point that you don't even get the info from the watch itself. The watch feeds into the cell phone. You get it from the cell phone. It's just fraught with all kinds of, are you kidding me? I mean, in terms of science, I am so jaded now against cell phone technology. Location stuff, perhaps, I'm okay with, but everything else, the timing, the very specific info they try to sell you, I'm not buying it. Sorry. I'm not buying it. And I think it's testimony like Ian Whiffen's from Karen Reed, and again from today, that make me question how good it really is. Okay. Oh, and then the most important part, I think the point that Kevin Reddington made was, okay, if the last activity on the watch and phone, because they're symbiotic, was 5:38, right? Nothing after that until there was a call at 6:09, I believe it was. But it was not through the phone, not through the watch. It was through the phone only. So Kevin Reddington said, well, between 5:38 and the top of the hour or a little bit later, Lindsay Clancy could have been popping up and down the stairs, 20 times. You would never have any point of reference for that. And he had to agree that that's correct. Because we know how it played out in Karen Reed. Is somebody walking up the stairs? Is John O'Keefe walking up the stairs? Is he walking down the stairs? And the defense tried to suggest it was from the rise in the road. It was a nightmare because it's not solid science. It's a little bit of voodoo. Okay. So Kevin Reddington able to point some of that out. They talked about, the pictures that were sent. We've already heard about all those. So we saw them again, the pictures from Lindsay Clancy to her mom with the snowman, and pictures of Dawson sent by Patrick Clancy to Lindsay Clancy. He was so excited he had dressed himself, which is, heartbreaking when you think, yeah, not long after this picture, we know what happened. And then, of course, Lindsay Clancy sends the picture of Cora, who's at the doctor's office, got her mask on. She's being there, getting some assistance with some digestive issues. So anyway, and of course, in that exchange back and forth, Patrick Clancy sends the note to Lindsay Clancy, "You're a good mom." And then they move from there on to the whole discussion about the takeout, which, if you believe the prosecution, was the master plan that got Patrick Clancy out of the mix long enough that Lindsay Clancy could end the children. Okay, so as I think I posted, the Commonwealth really ending with a thud. It wasn't exactly, mic drop moment. It was more like, we're done. And so now we're going to get to see, I mentioned also in a post that I believe it was Kevin Reddington's cell phone guy. It would be smart, I think. You always want to go with the thing that last resonated or didn't with the jury. And in this case, since the cell phone guy, Whiffen, was the last guy that the jury heard from, let's have him on. Let's bring the defense cell phone guy on, and let's see if he is here to support anything that was collected from the phone, the watch, the computers, or is he here to just throw a wrench in it all and saying you can't really believe much of it? Maybe some wide, broad parameters, but not like the nitty-gritty detail that they're trying to use it for. Sorry, we can't do that. It's just not that good. Here's my take on the Apple Watch. It's a scam. Yeah, those who are into the world of Apple, and what do we call them, the first adopters, they've got to have the latest Apple Watch. I would like to do a survey. I'm gonna check in with the Justice Serve TV College of Technology. Let's do a survey. How many people who own an Apple Watch, and I'm assuming it's not left in your bedside nightstand, how many people who own an Apple Watch are using that watch without having their cell phones with them as well, in a briefcase, in a purse, in their pocket? How many people? I'll bet you it is the vast majority of Apple Watch wearers do not wear that exclusive of the other device that is really collecting all the information. The Apple device collects the heart rate and all of that, sends it to your phone. I find it hard to believe that people are just relying on that watch. It's just not very good at doing a lot of things. Yeah, it's cool looking and you can show different screens on it. Yay. But I think as a matter of practical experience, you need your phone. You do. So my guess, and I'll be checking with the Justice Serve TV College of Technology to see what we can find out about how many folks who have an Apple Watch have it exclusively, not with their watch and phone at the same time. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pump you right now to send any questions, comments for our lunchtime Q&A, which should begin at or about on time. We'll go back here in a few minutes. I am keeping my eye on the courtroom at this moment. I have that in my assets, so I can do that. And I will make sure we don't miss anything, even if I miss as I'm getting rescanned and, up to the courtroom. What's going to happen next is, of course, Kevin Reddington's going to make his motion for judgment of acquittal, blah, blah, blah. Some places call it motion for acquittal, motion for dismissal. Basically, this is the motion that asks the court to say, look, if you look at everything the prosecution presented, so what? They got nothing. They have not made a prima facie case. And this case, perhaps maybe more than others, that's a decent argument. It won't carry the day. Believe me, we will move on to the defense case. But you got to make it. You got to preserve the record. And there are a number of things that need preserving in this case, and that is the prejudicial nature of the overwhelming number of first responders, medical folks, and autopsy photos and autopsy testimony, all of that stuff. It's a lot. And if this were to result in a conviction, I think up on appeal, it's going to get a serious look by the appellate court. I see some folks who are Androiders. I'm an Android, and hey, I get it. I get the marketing with iPhone. I get it. It's superior marketing, but this is superior technology. So go, do what you want to do. Pick the technology you like, or pick the marketing that you think is cooler. Okay. You guys, brutal. Tim Cook will be disappointed to find out that his Apple Watches are not effective at all. Oh, darn it. But I'm telling you, Apple is marketing genius. That's what they are. So as long as you can choke that down, buy whatever you want to buy. Go ahead. Oh, I started having an earthquake here. My laptop was, I have it precariously propped on top of my backpack, which is on top of this trash receptacle. Hey, we're sparing no expense here at Justice Served TV. You know that. You know that. We are still the best kept secret in true crime. Maybe that's for a good reason, but don't tell anybody. Shh, quiet, please. We have this exclusive, there's value in exclusivity. I was catching up with some folks here. Bob, of course, Bob Mott has been here and hung out, did some beach time over the weekend. He did, which is great. They got beaches in the Chicago area, but they're lakes. Not the same, just not the same. Karen Goldberg is back. She's not going to be around tonight. I thought about seeing if she would kind of join us, but she has a family function. I mean, the fact that she's here today and then driving back, she has a family function tonight. I won't tip off what it is, but it's a pretty important family function. And so for her to come down here at all was dedication. We'll probably try and get her on again one day later this week. Here's what I think is going to happen. Okay. We've heard varying estimates on how long the defense case might be. We'll know better, obviously, the end of today. But if they close, here's the dilemma for the court. And I know the court has taken great pains not to rush this thing along, right? We've had some half days as we've gone. The last thing Judge Sullivan wants is closings on a Thursday afternoon or the case going to the jury Friday. It creates that artificial pressure. And we know that, Friday verdicts are a real thing, especially in the summer. I think, and there's going to be a rebuttal case too. That's something we can't forget. This is a case in which maybe more than many, there is a rebuttal case. Why? And that's because the defense is going to raise this issue of postpartum psychosis, meds, maybe a combination of the two, being their defense, right? Lack of mental capacity, which manifests itself here in Massachusetts as lack of criminal responsibility. That shifts the burden back to the prosecution. So in theory, if the defense raised that issue and the prosecution did nothing, then the defense wins. I mean, you have to rebut it. The burden is back on you to do that. So we know there will be a rebuttal case. We don't know what that could entail. That could be more mental health experts, as I would suspect. And that's going to be some postpartum experts, I would suspect, because those are the issues that are going to be raised in that defense. That could take a day, 2 days. I don't know. I think, and this is me just looking at my crystal ball for what it's worth, which is worth every penny you're paying for it. They go through today, a chunk of tomorrow, maybe even the rest of tomorrow for the defense case. Commonwealth comes back on with their rebuttal Wednesday, and maybe they get it done into the afternoon the next day, maybe the morning. The court says, folks, you worked hard. We're wrapping up our 4th week. Take the rest of the weekend. And we're going to come back here Monday morning for closing arguments. That's what I think would be not a bad idea, and a good way to kind of let the jury marinate for a little bit before closings. I don't know. Just a thought. I could be all screwed up, and they could end up doing closings on Wednesday. I don't know. So we're going to try and work our schedule, the Justice Served TV schedule, so that I'm here during closings and, of course, verdict watch. And that may come what's left of this week. Who knows? Okay, I'm still looking at the court. Still, everything's cool. Everything's cool there. Okay, this is, I'm getting some real feedback on the Apple Watch. I went to the concert on Saturday. So, sorry, Janie Girl 4597, if this was going to be just between our millions of chatters. I went to a concert on Saturday wearing my Apple Watch and did not detect any flight of stairs, but I was up and down from our seats. Well, it's supposed to detect 10 feet or 3 meters if you're Ian Whiffen. And I guess maybe less than that, it doesn't do anything. I mean, it's just another shortcoming. Is it really worthwhile to know that information if you really don't know all of the information? I don't get it. It's not, again, I do not have my Apple Watch handy. Never would I have an Apple Watch handy. I don't know. I like to think I can see a kind of a gadget scam coming, but they're cool. They look cool, right? So I understand. Go get it. Go get it. Okay. Oh, that's enough. Hold on a second. Let me get that in here. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Enjoy a coffee on me. All right. Thank you. $9.99 for Diamonds in the Rough Adventures. Oh, wait a minute. That sounds interesting. Is that a business? And what would that be? What would a business called Diamond in the Rough Adventures be about? Would that be, I have no idea what that'd be. So fill me in if you know. And that, yes, Linda Kinney Baden, we know she is an Apple Watch diehard. I wear an Apple Watch. I use it. It tells me exact time for my poker tournaments. Too complicated for anything else. Yes. Does it tell you to when you should draw to an inside straight or when you should go all in? Linda Kinney Baden and I back at 6 o'clock. I think if it doesn't rain, it looks threatening, but I think it's getting better. We'll be on the other side of this building doing our show tonight at 6 o'clock. And I believe, I'm not sure. I thought we had a guest tonight. Maybe we don't. I do know, I believe this has been confirmed, that Dr. Yosef, who we had on a few weeks ago when this case was just getting started, he's the guy that runs the Taper clinics, an amazing psychiatrist. People love them. Going to be back on tomorrow night to talk about where we are now. You know, now that the prosecution has done their thing, we'll have also a taste of the defense by then. Maybe not the psychiatric stuff, but we'll still be far into the process, and he should be able to give us some interesting feedback on what he thinks is happening. There you go. There you go, Linda. There you go, LKB. Okay. Still looking at the courtroom. We're good. We're good. Why would they not? The evil twins better let Big Red speak. Why would they not? Why would they not, Lee Bugs? Yeah, so it'd be more up to the court. You know, what's the court want to hear? You know, the court needs to protect its record, obviously, and especially a court that was recently reversed, not on an issue of post Commonwealth resting motions, which is where we are now, not a motion for acquittal issue, but it was it was an issue that kind of rung true for this case, and that was the admission of certain testimony from the defense. And we know that there were certain things that were jousted about. We haven't even heard. I haven't checked the docket this morning. I got here like right at the time. First time I've had to wait in line to get in. It was public. The media is about the same number that there's been for the last couple of weeks, but obviously when we get to closings, it'll be people parachuting in. But I don't know if there's been a ruling on, remember the expert, I'm going to use that word, the LCSW, licensed clinical social worker, who put something on TikTok and bing, next thing you know, Kevin Reddington's trying to get her in to testify for the defense. That has not been ruled on yet, I don't believe. We do know that Dr. La Posada's coming in, Dr. V's coming in, Dr. Condi's coming in. In that order, they are a medical examiner, ER doc, and I think a doctor that's supposed to testify about the procedures and the process, contrasting what was done, what should have been done, what wasn't done in the treatment of Lindsay Clancy. So those folks we know are coming in. It's far less than what Kevin Reddington had asked for, but he had to make a motion to get those granted, and those folks are coming in. The prosecution had said, well, we don't even know anything about it. We don't know the reports. And Dr. Zeisel, I forgot. They've had everything they needed, okay? And the judge basically is telling them that. He's limiting their testimony to some degree. We'll see how that plays out as they actually take the stand. Maybe there'll be some voir dire breaks if they stray into an area that's a little bit uncertain. We'll see. We'll see. But I expect that we're going to have to hear pretty soon, because the defense has to plan scheduling, if nothing else. We're going to have to hear what the status is on Ms. Klondike, the LCSW. And again, they call it an LICSW. I don't know what that stands for, but I've always known them as licensed clinical social workers. She's the one who used to work at McLean, 2014 to 2021. I personally think that it's too remote to be relevant, because she wasn't there for the year prior. She wasn't there for a whole year prior to when Lindsay Clancy was there. Now, some could argue, and the foundation could be laid, that for holidays, and that's what the judge focused on, staffing during the holidays because it was mid-December and later that Lindsay Clancy was in that facility. So what's staffing look like then? The prosecution has laid out this story about how attentive everybody was and look at all the opportunities she had for treatment and help. And the defense is going to basically poo-poo that and say wrong. And here's why. And so there are many ways they can try and do that. They're trying to do it with this witness who is clearly helpful to the defense because she's saying everything I heard about McLean is not like the McLean I worked at. So we'll see if she gets in. I think that decision has to come down sooner rather than later, just so the defense can plan. Yep, still waiting for him to come back. I asked one of the bailiffs. I said, "The judge give us any shot as how long this break's going to be?" Because I had blown off the first break to chat with some folks, and she said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, to myself, I'm thinking, I know what's coming. So if I'm a few minutes late into that." Yeah, I think I can survive. I think I can figure that out. Now, if we were to grant the motion, won't I look like a dummy? But I'm pretty sure that's not going to happen. And then, let's see. I was looking for other witnesses that were queued up. I did mention that the cell phone expert is sitting there in court, and I would expect he'll be first up or close to it. I couldn't see anybody else waiting in the hallway yet. But the best time for me to do that is when I go back late. Because otherwise, I don't know if are they public waiting to get in? Are they hangers on waiting to get in? Who are they? Support staff? But if I go and I'm a little late, the place is empty in the hallway. And if somebody's sitting there queued up, I'll know they're the next witnesses. See, there's a method to my madness here. Something else I was going to tell you about this morning. I was talking during the break to somebody we'll try and get on at some point. She's works for the New York Times, but she's on a book break, I guess is how I would describe it. They let her have like a sabbatical. She's working on a book on psychosis. So this case, obviously, CLANCY case is very important to her research, her conclusions, her process, and we'll definitely have her on, at some point when the dust settles. I think I have. I guess I put her card away. Anyway, very nice. Very interested in some of the takes from others watching the trial, what they think, with highs, lows, and everything in between. Yep, still looking at the court. Still nothing happened there. I'm perusing through some of the comments. We'll do the Q&A. Don't worry. Doing the Q&A at I would have. Here's what I think is going to happen. Again, just wild guess. They have the law in motion for acquittal, blah blah blah. He may let them talk for a bit about that. Again, this is outside the presence of the jury. If that's true, and they get going, and let's say we go back in the next 5-10 minutes, and they do 30 minutes on that. Now you're at 12:30 or so. I don't know. Do you bring the jury back in to get started on the first defense witness? Or do you say, let's, just take lunch, either come back a little early or come back at the same time, and we'll launch into the defense case? I think they're going to use the lunch break to do that. But it all depends on how much time the judge puts into hearing this law in motion, post-resting law in motion. I've seen judges basically let you get 2 sentences out and then denied. I've seen judges will let you go on and on and on. There's a lot to talk about here. And Kevin Reddington will definitely make a record. And then we know that the Commonwealth is going to rebut that. So it could take just up to lunchtime, which that's be fine. I think that'll work out. And then you have the whole afternoon to begin with the defense case. Oh, let's talk about the jurors. Should we go through my hit list of jurors? Okay. Handsome woman, looking. She's always she wears stuff that's just slightly edgy, but also appropriate, if that makes some sense. She has on like a pink blouse thing today with one of those. What do you call these? Those sweaters that are like 3/4 length. They come down to like your thigh. Is that a thing? Anyway, so she's wearing that. Dapper Dan, still as dapper as ever. He's got the dark suit. Now, if I had to show up like in court every day for that many days, I'd be scrounging through my closet, because guys are very different than women. I get it. That sounds sexist, but that's the reality. A guy can wear a suit with a white shirt and a different tie every day. And it's like, hey, I got a new outfit. I was the master of that. So you can bank it with 3 suits and a lot of ties and just stay with white shirts all the time. So these are folks that are, now coming into day 14. That's a lot of outfits. But Dapper Dan continues with the tie, dark suit today. And I told you last week he went with a cardigan kind of look, like a professor at one point, but he still had the tie. Then a couple other folks I started to look at more closely. I haven't given them official nicknames yet. Tony, pretty matter of fact, that guy just got my attention because one of the experts being directly and then cross-examined in this case, I think it was 2 weeks ago, he just seemed much more animated. And now he's settled back into what I kind of noticed before as a norm. Okay. Young mother, she also was taking a ton of notes when the Whiffen was doing his thing. I think it's because some people are kind of geared into numbers and data and others are not. And I mentioned before when I first saw her taking notes that it was the first time I saw her taking notes. So this time she was taking notes, I would say, more attentively than others. A lot of folks, have their pen. They just have, like the pen is just in their hand. Let me get rid of that. There we go. And then so it's like, I don't think she looked up. It was just like trying to keep up with the Whiffen, which is very difficult in many ways. And what weight she's giving to his testimony, who knows? I'm just telling you that she was much more animated. Otherwise, they're a hearty bunch. We're still at 18. We've still got 6 alternates, whoever they may be. They have to pull the bingo ball out of the drum, and we'll find out who's not on the jury when this thing ends. But they're all very attentive, very put together. I see one guy that maybe, Monster Garage is maybe just a touch less attentive, and I can only say that because I see how attentive everybody is. So if somebody is, looking off at all, and not following question, answer, question, then he pops as being a little less attentive. Does that mean he's had it all? Does that mean he knows what he's talking about and doesn't need any more? Who knows? Nobody knows. Who else on the front row has been in my radar? Tony, young mother. Could have sworn there was somebody else. I can't picture them right now, so they must not have made an impression today. And then on the back row, Dapper Dan, Monster Garage, Handsome Woman. That's pretty much the 3 that I have seen and have monitored closely. So. Jaja Kitty, I would not have enough professional clothes for a long jury trial. And I will say, having tried some, watched some, there are times where people, I'm surprised they aren't coming in their jammies. They seem to be comfortable in sweats and, pretty dressed down. I don't see that here. I don't see that with this jury. And I don't know why. Is it a function of this area? Is it a function of the population here? You would think, and this is a coastal community, it's in the summer, I don't know, you would think they'd be maybe a little more laid back. But nobody's been in their jammies yet. Yes, I think we all know what you mean by this. If you could read my mind. Can't with Whiffen. And I did learn, just because I like to be educational and correct when I can be, Whiffen is with 2 I's, Wiffin. And don't you forget it. You know who he reminds me of? I always have a Seinfeld reference for almost everything. There was a Elaine boyfriend on a Seinfeld. It was either 1 or 2 episodes. He was over from Europe, and he was this mooch. He was always taking money from Elaine and conning Jerry to pay for something that I don't have my wallet, that kind of thing. That's what this guy kind of comes off as. Very, very proper British, and he's very happy with his Whiffen-esque reporting. I just think I'll give him credit for this. To come back after what happened in Karen Reed, the guy's got balls, I'll tell you. I'm not sure if he knows what the hell he's talking about, but he's got balls. Yes, I agree, Sheila. I am surprised they haven't lost any jurors yet. And it's a good thing. What it means is there are going to be 6, I think, very frustrated and angry people that are not going to be on the jury. I mean, you can't invest this much time and effort into a case, ready to do your job, and then they pull the proverbial rug out from under you. I do like the way they do that, though. You know, I'm telling you, in some states, they make it very clear. Okay, you 12, you're the jury. You other people, you're the alternates. If something happens to one of these 12, you're in. And it just immediately makes them less interested, less attentive, less note-taking. They're not invested. Oh, are you guys going to do that? Will you do that? Results of the community poll we will announce at lunchtime. I have not voted yet. Am I registered? Am I registered in this county? I'll have to. Did somebody actually put that poll up? Did LKB? Did you put that poll up about? The question I had was for the Just to Serve TV College of Technology. If you have an Apple Watch, how often are you wearing that without having your phone with you? You know, seldom. I don't know. I haven't read the poll. Never, seldom, whatever it may be. Who's got Cookie Monster PJ pants? Who? Daylight. I think you're showing your pajama choice there. I make you guess what kind of jammies I have. San Francisco Giants logos, of course. Come on. Yeah, don't forget to do that subscribe thing. Where are we now? I think let me look this up. You know, we are doing our best, just because it seems appropriate, to get to 40 by our 2-year anniversary, and we're getting there. Let me see if I can find some numbers here. Stand by for some numbers. We're going to be close. Today is 17th, so we basically have a month, right? We have a month left. What can we do in a month? Can we get there? Can we get there? We are now 1,300 away, basically. 1,300 away. I don't know. It's going to be very close. Very close. Yeah, this would be helpful, right? I agree. Igor Pushner. I hope Red has someone who explains how that, quote, flight of stair and, quote, detection works. It doesn't detect flights of stairs. It analyzes a sensor pattern and compares it to a sample pattern. Huge difference. Yeah, and that's why they talk about it in the context of 3 meters. It's 3 meters, or it's 10 feet, which arguably is a flight of stairs. I think a flight of stairs is a touch more than that, but okay. All things being equal. I mean, here the flight of stairs are massive, but this is not a normal structure. So, yeah, I'm sure there'll be a lot of talk about that. And I think the talk is going to be how inaccurate it is, that it could mean many different things. I don't think it's going to be, boy, this Apple Watch stuff, you could take it to the bank. I don't think so. Okay, I can't. Do you guys have? Oh, you have to go to our YouTube community tab, right? That's where the poll is. It's not on the chat. Okay. All right. Tell Bob we said hello. I will do that. Bob was the other night. He was doing his show from. He's staying just south of here, and was nice enough to say, "Hey, what time are you guys going on?" So we aren't butting heads. And I don't think we portaled into his show, but we sent everybody there after we were done. Very collaborative. And speaking of that, I got to find out, because he's been here the days last week that I was not. What's happening on our proposed collaboration? We're going to have just a little meet and greet, see what's going on, or at the very least, have him on during one of our shows here. The best time to do that sometimes is during deliberations, but that really depends on how long the deliberations are, if you know what I mean. And I think if it's a hung jury, which I've said from the very beginning, well, I've said from 2 or 3 days in, not the beginning, 2 3 days in, after seeing the prosecution's case, they got to be happy if they get a hung jury. If that's what happens, that takes longer, obviously. Deliberate. Ah, we're tied up. And deliberate. No, we really can't do anything. Boom, dynamite charge. Go back and give it one more shot. So that could take a while. But if there is something closer to unanimity on a different issue, could be pretty fast. Remember, you're going to have the premeditated charge, top charge, but you're also going to have second-degree murder. And I'm curious to find out. I mean, obviously, the defense doesn't want that because that puts you in a position of compromise. If you've got folks, if you're 10 for some level of guilt and 2 against, it happens. You put people in the proverbial headlock and you say, look, we won't go for the top charge. We'll go for the second level. It can work. I don't see that here. I see the opposite. Like if you have 10 for not guilty or some level of not guilty, like lack of criminal responsibility or just straight not guilty, I don't think you're going to get 2 people who believe there is guilt to go not guilty. I don't think that's going to happen. That's where you're going to be hung. So I would be surprised if they are hung, if it's not the majority of the folks being for some level of not guilty. And what I don't know, and we'll find out as we get closer to the end of this case and the verdict form and all of that, is there going to be a manslaughter option on there for an even lesser charge? I don't know. We didn't know about the second degree until that popped up literally on the day the trial started. Thank you, Brass. 6073. I think the judge wants a voir dire on Emily. Yeah, and he did sort of talk about that. Not just to determine relevance, because he's really focusing on the staffing. But, I think the court has other reasons than just it's a TikTok witness. That's where we are now, folks. Post something on TikTok and see if you get a subpoena. And I think he wants to just find out, to be honest, is she a nut job? I mean, the standards for posting on TikTok pretty low. So just because somebody comes across as kind of a legitimate, experienced, credible on TikTok, I don't know, the judge may want to pursue that a little bit and then find out for sure, what she has to say and isn't relevant in terms of timing and specifically staffing. That's an interesting question, Donna. If the defense doesn't put on a case, does that mean no rebuttal? Generally, it would, because what are you rebutting? You rebut yourself. But I guess I never thought of this in the context of the defense never putting on a case. Wouldn't that be wild? Kevin Reddington stands up. Your Honor, defense rests. What? Again, they have an affirmative defense here. All they have to do is raise it, and that shifts the burden. If this were a normal jurisdiction, then they would have to put on a case supporting their affirmative defense. Now, effectively, they're going to be doing that, and effectively during all the examination of witnesses, Kevin Reddington has been doing that. But to actually put on a case, as you do when it's now your turn, they don't have to do that. He could rest on what he's done in the form of cross-examination. He would have to argue, though, that what he did in the context of cross-examination raised the burden of proof issue to shift it back to the Commonwealth. That's the only way that the Commonwealth will have to rebut anything. And I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think it's proper. I think the defense has to put on somebody to raise that issue. Otherwise, I think it would be reversible error to put the Commonwealth on a position where I always describe it as negotiating with yourself, bidding against yourself. If they don't put on a case, what am I rebutting? So, yeah, I can't see it happening. But I am in Massachusetts. Oh, wait, there's a note here. Maybe I should see who's coming on tonight. Hey, who's coming on our show tonight at 6? Dr. Is that pronounced Alan or is that Elaine? It's Alan. Gregor, leading world expert in postnatal mental health issues. Okay. See, I got to start going to the meetings. I'm in the car too much. So join us tonight for that. I will, just so I can find out what we're actually doing. Yeah, it is a long break. I agree. Nobody says this very often, Sheila. Thank you. Good thinking, Michael. Appreciate that. Thank you for your coverage. Yes, we are here. Did you hear what Kevin Reddington said about Karen Reed?
All right.
I guess I prompted it. I'm not quite sure how, but anyway, for those who didn't hear the story, he's tired of the Karen Reed case.
I passed it up to.
I mentioned that. I saw Whiffen in that matter.
In front of you, it's basically a Rule 25.
Oh, they're back. They're back.
Doesn't have any
Hold on.
And I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses that in fact that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice aforethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Como.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Lawson, which Brunette Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts to testify that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think I have to object, but I will.
All right. As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is self-employed, she has patients and has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right. So the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean's. Do we know if those are in?
I've been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I'm told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean's. They've acknowledged the receipt. They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were produced on Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call, we're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done in a voir dire.
So
All right. Well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We're gonna see if the records come in. All right. The records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon,
Okay.
great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay. All right.
Understood.
Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus LINDSAY, all parties present, including the defendant, and including the accused jurors.
All right. So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right. So at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes to call any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please, I believe she's right outside.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the
Hey, good afternoon.
Commonwealth?
I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I just want to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name
It's Margaret Hamp,
and what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
About 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan?
Mhm.
In the years that you were working with her, were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together. And often on the night shift, you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then a few months later, she circled back to me to thank me for the gift that I had sent her.
Do you recall an incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift, and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Miss Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you were aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had patients that have dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Bryant?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Como?
No.
All right, let me sit down. Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ornska, please. Ornska, O-S-E-G-A.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, A-L-L-I-S-O-N. Last name is O-Z-G-A.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How would you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes,
And you talk on the phone, do you?
occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes,
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors and if she was on any medication? And if so, what effect did they have on her?
The first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall towards the end of the month around New Year's that she voluntarily admitted herself somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately, do you know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after she left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that. Because up until this point, you had observed her decompensating and having these symptoms and suicidal ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but was she a complainer?
No.
And obviously she didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. But she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality.
Yes.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would allow you to visit with her?
Yes.
How long, if you know?
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yes.
And where does your mother and father live?
In Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023 up until now, 2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts.
Why?
so that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that on a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel, or where were they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
Como.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
So you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text.
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Ray?
All I have, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
I would call Paula Musgrove, please.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind you, like I remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you could keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Afternoon, tell us your name and spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paula Musgrove.
And this is Musgrove. Fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother?
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
And your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes,
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student, very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes,
And obviously, you knew when they got married, when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
yes,
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat,
yes,
and you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased. Tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
No objection.
Okay. They may be admitted.
So approaching, what we have in this thing.
276.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can, just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have
first-
it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just ask the board, like?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just offered.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went to the emergency room that day and she had come home. She was feeling a bit better. She told me that she couldn't sleep. She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point,
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working. So he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, she was afraid. She was afraid to be alone. And she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you You guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes,
Okay, and the kids?
yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes,
You knew that?
yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes,
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
they were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there?
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just tell us what you remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Thank you very much.
Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors. Exit.
Council, can I see just for a second, just kind of time-wise?
Well, look who's here.
Wow, look who is right. How are you? I was trying to get your attention all morning, you
Doesn't
know.
work. I know it doesn't work very well.
It doesn't work. I know.
No.
Our viewers right here are like, okay, Michael's treating Linda like a wife instead of like a partner. You know, what can I say?
It's funny.
Your microphone, when you pull it away from your mouth, I wanted to tell you that from this morning, you can't hear you. So you got to get it. Nope.
Hold on.
There you
Hold
go.
on. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's very unidirectional. So if I go like this, you can't hear hardly at all. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, Lisa was on the other day watching from somewhere, and by the time I saw her comment fly by, it was way late. So yeah, that's a challenge in the field. I will tell you that. So
let me tell you what I was commenting about, and I will have to turn off my phone. Was, as you know, we've been working to get for probably the last month the leading expert in the world, Dr. Alain Grigor, on our show, and he and I made contact this morning from England, and so he's obviously he's got a 5-hour time difference. It'll be close to midnight when he comes on, but he is the person who started the Maternal Mental Health Alliance for the world, for all of these developing countries, England, European countries, and has trained as a psychiatrist and is a consultant specialist in perinatal psychiatry, dealing specifically with the whole idea of postpartum mental health issues in postnatal women. He also has a film out, if people can find a BBC documentary that won many awards, bringing light to My Baby, Psychosis, and Me. So he will be joining our show tonight at 6:15. I've also learned about a lot of different cases in Europe that mimic this, and different charging decisions that would be made. And I think our viewers are going to find it very enlightening, especially in light of what you're watching in the courtroom, Michael.
Yeah, that should be fascinating to hear both his professional opinion and contrast it with what's going on in the UK, where they seem to be a little more progressive in terms of handling these kinds of cases and these kinds of scenarios. So Commonwealth, as I suggested earlier, kind of ended with a thud. Wasn't exactly a mic drop moment, but they're done. How'd you like seeing Ian Whiffen again? Did you have some sort of traumatic response?
Well, it was like, I thought that his testimony was very unlike the first, when he was in Karen Reed, where he was like, "Oh, I'm Ian Whiffen, I'm the greatest." I thought he was subdued. I thought he was waiting for a Karen Reed question. And I thought he admitted to all these issues that he certainly didn't admit to in the past. So
how could he avoid it? How could he avoid it?
I know. And you know, let me just say, Kevin Rennie, you're in the courtroom. I'm watching him from a teaching point of view out here. Okay, watching him. And he does the same thing. He's got a little tiny notepad over here. Doesn't look at it very often. Just, you know, once in a while, we'll look at it. This is a seasoned attorney who knows what he's going to do, knows where he's going, doesn't need notes to do it, to you know, crutch on, and just uses the littlest amount of energy to get the biggest explosion, should I say, out of a witness with facts that are helpful for the defense.
Yeah, no doubt. And yeah, for those who remember Mr. Whiffen from Karen Reed, certainly noticed the same distinction you did. I mentioned earlier, they took a break. We still aren't sure why. I think court needed to do something in maybe an unrelated matter. They took a break between the direct and the cross of Ian Whiffen, and Kevin Reddington comes out of the courtroom, and I'm in the hallway hanging out. He comes. He says, "What is this guy trying to say?" And I said, "I don't know. I saw the Karen Reed case." And he said, "I don't want to hear about the Karen Reed case. I'm done with the Karen Reed." So yeah. So
we did a poll. We did a poll.
Oh, yeah.
I even put it up. You're going to be so proud of me in technology. I know you said, who put that up? You know, it was, "Do you believe Ian Whiffen testimony in Lindsay Clancy trial?" 4% said yes. 4%. 42% said no. And 54% concluded testimony is irrelevant as to if she had postpartum psychosis.
Yeah. I don't know that I learned anything other than the inaccuracies of the Apple Watch.
Yeah. Which
that.
we all know, which we all know,
Yes.
but did I just learn something that the heart rate is recorded from the phone even when you're wearing the watch?
But it's received and calculated by the watch and then just sent to the phone. That's
Okay.
the phone can't do it on its own.
Okay.
So let me ask you this, because I had a hypothetical poll. I said we were going to check in with the Justice Serve TV Technology Institute and find out how many people who have Apple Watches wear that watch without having their phone nearby. I just felt like it has to be a minimum of people, but I don't know.
My phone's always nearby, same room.
Of course.
Yeah, always
I
nearby.
just, that's why. So it's like, it's watch virtue signaling, you know,
Yeah,
hey,
and
look,
I
I
do
got a
look-
cool Apple Watch.
I do look at the heart rate, but you got to keep hitting it, so it doesn't really do anything. Like there was an old
My
Nike.
heart rate would go up because I have to keep hitting it,
There
and
was an
raising.
old Nike band when they first came out like 10 years ago. It was the best. It just had your heart rate and it just monitored everything all over the place. Now you got to do all this stuff. The only reason why I use this, and I put it kind of in the chat, is simply because when I'm in a poker tournament and the clocks are synced, right? They're synced to the timing that is the same sync as your phone and your watch. So if I know I have 12 minutes and 17 seconds left on break, I can see it from my Apple Watch, whereas I can't see it necessarily from my very expensive watch on the other hand, which, by the way, you don't have to wind, and worry about plugging it in, but it may not be exact. So that's the only reason why I like the Apple Watch.
Well, at least that's some sort of practical application. But next time I see Whiffen testifying in court about that use of the Apple Watch, I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But how was it taken to court?
I think
people were watching, taking him.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, a lot of the folks in the jury, maybe more than I've ever seen before, were actively writing. They're taking down the Whiffen info. Some people are into the numbers and that science, which I put in quotes because I'm not so sure it's science, the tech wizardry. So there was an interest in what he had to say. I'm not sure how much of it remained after Kevin Reddington did the cross-examination. And Kevin made a very interesting point that probably means very little, but it's dramatic. And that was the finding of the watch in the drawer in the nightstand that the cops never seized. Now, because the information is sent, if you believe the science, to the phone anyway, you don't really have to have the watch in hand. But it gave Reddington the opportunity to point out, A, the cops are idiots and didn't find it or seize it. And by the way, during that period of time, you talk about, nothing about what the watch actually perceived because it didn't come from the watch. You've never seen the watch. You hadn't seen it till he dangled it in front of him today. So
That's interesting.
good
And
drama.
I also thought the other thing that was interesting is that he said that when he got the watch, it was in airplane mode. Well, we know Lindsay Clancy didn't put it in airplane mode. And that was because when the police finally got it, they probably put it in airplane mode, put it in a Faraday bag, which is something you and I keep our keys in so that you can't hijack that signal. People can't drive off with your car as you're taking care of Domino at night. But so what was he trying to make it seem like? She put it in an airplane mode,
Like to hide stuff?
That was the implication I got from him. Maybe because I just didn't trust him.
Yeah, I mean, that could be. I mean, he had a lot more I'm not sure and I don't knows than I remember from the last time he testified because he was caught so many times last time he testified with certainty that maybe you shouldn't be so certain. Look at this note from Beach Girl Law. Cellular Apple Watch does not need to be near the phone. No one talked about that. It's not unimportant. Well, I was only making the point.
It was on cellular, right?
Mine was more a social point. That was, if you've got the Apple Watch, I'm pretty sure your phone is somewhere nearby. Mine was not a technical point.
Yeah.
I do distrust the technology that it's collecting the info, sending it to your phone, and the accuracy of that. It seems that according to Whiffen anyway, it sort of rounds up or rounds down or it groups things. And so you can have two calls that seem to be happening at the exact same time or two movements that seem to be happening at the exact same time. Why? Well, they just kind of groups them together. Well, the fact is,
it was never supposed to be something that was
that's just
evidential
it.
court. That's the problem.
It was never
DNA.
designed as a forensic tool, right? It's a gadget for people who like gadgets. That's Apple does best, is sell you gadgets. So yeah, I think it's, if nothing else, it's an unmasking of the mystique of what the Apple system does. It ain't that special. Sorry.
I distrust it because of the fact that it's a gadget. Yes, it's because it's cellular. If you pay for cellular, it doesn't have to be next to the phone, only if it's on the Wi-Fi. But I think Michael's point was more. Did you, by the way, go through all these starred cards? There's like 10 starred.
No, I
cards.
didn't because I was trying to kind of let them build up. I
Yeah.
do it at lunchtime normally. I hit a couple of them that I pulled from the streaming chat, but none of them that had been. You guys put as you're so good at putting the question marks or the QQQs, and then
Let me give you a
somebody
couple.
can grab
only,
them.
only you can answer this one. I don't know if you did this one. The judge wants to voir dire on Emily from Brass.
That's funny because
that. And who is, tell people who Emily is. and why
yeah,
you
we were
want to voir
talking
dire.
about Emily Thorndike, who is a licensed clinical social worker of TikTok fame. You know, this is how you go from TikTok to the witness stand. You know, you'd post something that an attorney is told about, because we know Kevin Reddington was not looking at the television to find out what was on TikTok. And so somebody sends him a note, hey, check this out. And I had seen the same thing and reached out to her at the same time. In fact, if I can corral her while I'm here, after she's done testifying, of course, I'll see if I can get a commitment for her to come on. So basically her theory is, hey, I worked at McLean from 2014 to 2021. Everything we heard in the presentation of the Commonwealth case about what they do, how they do it, wrong. It's all wrong. Now,
Interesting.
my first concern was, well, she left in 21, and the issues we're talking about are 22, late 22. So is it really relevant? And the judge seemed to focus on the staffing issues. That, you know, during the holiday period, if she can maybe testify to the ongoing staffing issues, having been there for, 7 years, and it never changed, maybe there's some relevance there. So we'll see. Kevin Reddington wanted to do the voir dire before they actually got started, because she's been sitting out here, I guess, the last couple of sessions. And I'm trying to, you know, put the TikTok person with whom I'm seeing in the hallway. I really haven't matched them up. So I'm gonna have to do a little better sleuthing. But I believe him. Says she's here. I believe maybe he means here globally. She's in town, or she's down in the downstairs. Anyway, the court said basically, well, let's wait. Let's hold off on that. Maybe we'll get to that this afternoon. They're waiting for records from McLean.
I heard that. I'm waiting for records. What?
Well, you know,
I mean, is there a hurry on it? I
They
mean, you know,
didn't
what
even-
year is it?
They didn't even ask for them, though, until Emily Klondike became an issue.
Okay, got it.
I can't
Got
say her
it.
last
That's-
name without
okay.
thinking of a Klondike bar.
I know. I knew you.
love those
I
Klondike
knew you
bars.
were there.
Um,
By the way, we have an uncle alert for 40 Jewels from
Uh-oh.
Anne Mary 3722. We learned that that's
Cheers.
affectionate. That's affectionate. And then I'm just going to go through a couple of these while you take a rest, because you've been talking and
Okay,
take a rest for a
fine.
second. And another donation, Diamonds in the Rough Adventures. Thank you for being there. Enjoy coffee on me, or Coca-Cola, I guess that is,
That's
right?
right. Yeah, and I'd
Yeah,
asked a follow-up. I said, what are those kind of adventures exactly? Is that a business? Is that what is that?
Yeah. Oh, you did a follow-up on that. Okay. So let me thank you. For,
Sometimes I don't get around to deleting them, so at
Oh,
least
is
it's
that what
repetition.
happened? Okay. Well, let me see if there's a, well, you know, our viewers are so great. We have another Uncle Alert, 440 Jewels, another Uncle Alert. And then we have another gifted one Justice Serve TV membership,
Thank you, American Dreamer.
membership. I'll have to delete these after because it's too hard to delete and put them up. Carrot T, new member. And as soon as Michael's
All
finished
right.
with this trial, he will be back to doing what he does, which is great. Memberships and American Dreamer 555867, another membership. Thank you so much for that generosity. They've already been given out. And then hiding. Ooh, Jules, Jules are hiding. Ooh, what the fuck is that out? We took us a while for the unk. You have to let us know. Another
Zydazay. I'm calling it Zydazay.
Zyd, yeah, like Marcus, not Mark. Well, Marcus Zaid. I would say Zydazay, but that's okay.
Okay.
9337. Gifted 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. We appreciate that, and so do the people who got them. If you get them, like them, and you have the ability in the future, please try to pay it forward for those who do not have the money to do that. 200 Jewels, Sunshine. That's Michael Bryant. He is sunshine all the time.
A little overcast, a little bit overcast
Well, that's good then. You don't. It's not because here in New York City. It's really, really. And we have another 10 Jewels, a gold coin. There
Nursing the truth.
Nursing the truth. Okay. So thank you all so very much for the gifted memberships and the jewels.
Okay. Check this.
Hiding meant I was still
sorry.
being here. Hiding meant I was still here, but being
Oh,
quiet.
like
Now we
lurking.
know.
Oh, lurking. I pulled this one up for you. I didn't know you play in poker tournaments. Where, Judy? Where have you been? Where have you
Actually,
been?
I was supposed to do one tomorrow, but I had to put everything off, and I'm working this week. So next week, the next following 2 weeks, I will be playing in poker tournaments, hopefully to get to Turning Stone in October, if I can do that. Yes, so I've been playing on Poker Night in America and poker tournaments for a few years. It's my avocation. Uh,
Yes.
And I also represent several poker players. One of us who's in the lead for the Poker Player of the Year again. His name is Sean.
Ah.
He's one of the greatest poker players ever. Has 9, count them, 9 World Series.
Nine bracelets.
9 bracelets.
Yikes.
And that is on all different aspects of poker, not just one. So
Hey, Lori Ballou is mixing the Whiffen testimony. Did Lindsay drive on Fairview Drive to take the stairs there? Yes, we know about Whiffen's whole story. In this case, first of all, it's not as important, clearly, as it was in the Karen Reed case. But when you walk away from his testimony, what does it do?
I didn't know what it said. The last thing in the watch was 5:38 p.m. So what? Why did they call her? But for the searches, I don't get.
I don't know why Whiffen was there. I guess they're trying to buttress the communications back and forth and the timeline. They're trying to create this timeline. They're going to suggest, among other things, the phone was silent and done at 5:38, right? So it doesn't track any movement. It doesn't, for whatever reason, and that was time she needed to put her plan into effect. That's what I'm assuming they're going to argue. So other than that, I'm not sure. I mean, we went through all of his credentials, and he still thinks he's pretty hot shit. So when on cross-examination, Reddington said, well, people talk about Cellbrite, and it is Cellbrite, by the way. Even if people want to say Cellabrite because there's a little E stuck in there. They don't pronounce
Celebrite, yeah, they don't pronounce it. Celebrite, I'm going to say to everyone else, is the name of the company, but it's pronounced Cellbrite. It's spelled Celebrite, but it's pronounced Cellbrite.
Yes. So, and we went through that before with Karen Reed. Like, what? Because that was the first time I really had heard, and I figured if this guy doesn't know, who knows? This guy is up there. Woohoo! He does stuff for them in addition to working for them. I created a number of the tools. Yeah, well, you're a tool sometimes, dude. And so when he's talking about Cellbrite, he does it with certain reverence, and that's why Reddington gave him a hard time. Well, some people think it's the god of cell phone technology, and I think I wrote down, he said it can be. So he's watered down his ultimate opinion a little bit. It can be,
and it's a good tool, and it's the one most of them use, and you know what the problems are, but you have to admit to the problems. So if you know what the problems are and admit to them, that's fine.
Well, here's the bigger issue that was danced around. Cellbrite, in and of itself, is different than the tools that Whiffen created to use with the extracted information. Cellbrite extracts the information. I don't know if there's a real problem with the extraction process. I think that's fine. It's the tools they use to then interpret that information. And he's the guy that has created some of these tools. So.
Oh boy. Yes. So we'll have to see. I don't know. Maybe that's the point of it. Was it pretty successful? I don't think so. I think the jury's just going to be focused on whether she's sick and had psychosis and could appreciate her wrongdoing of her act or not. And then that to me, that's just the issue. And let me just put this up for you. When you left today, okay, you may have been already coming out to the courtroom. Okay. Let me see if I have to remove the stream for a second. I want to show this. Well, you may have been coming out to the courtroom. This is what the camera focused on. Okay. Who these people are, I'll let you explain because you're in the courtroom.
Yeah, I can tell you most of them on the far left end of the pew there. That is Kevin Reddington's son, who is also an attorney. And I was talking about this with somebody, it might have been the New York Times writer. I said, normally, and he doesn't go in the well of the court. He's licensed attorney, but he stays behind the bar. And, we've had the conversation before about leaving your client, stranded there at the table.
Right.
In this case, I think it works because I think they could have had could have had Sonny Boy sitting there as a second chair, if for no other reason, but to, provide that comfort level that the defense is not leaving their client all alone. But they don't do that, and I think in this case, it's great. That's who that is. Now, next to him, in the seat that would normally be held by Lindsay Clancy's mom, she was excluded because she was going to be testifying. She's been there all along, but I think prior to the defense case, either by choice, I don't think it was by sequestration because she'd been there all along, but the morning session, she was not there. And this woman who I do not know, the blonde-haired woman with glasses sitting right next to Lindsay Clancy's dad, I'm assuming family member, but I don't know, to be honest with you. Haven't learned yet. And then we have, of course, Mr. Clancy, and then we have Father Bob. And then we have a very interesting woman who I tried to have a conversation with that went something like this. Excuse me, I can't talk to you. I can't talk to you. And then she shuffled off. She is, and I mean this in the nicest way, I call her church lady. She is apparently from the Duxbury congregation that the Clancy family used to go to, and just super invested in this case and her church friend, Lindsay Clancy. Okay. And then we have, I don't know who, I saw Kevin Reddington talking to this woman furthest on the right of that picture. I hadn't seen her sitting there before, so I'm not sure what support role she plays. I don't know. I hadn't seen her sitting there before, so I got to find out who that is.
Okay. But, when you look at it to me, and Madeira Beach caregiver, I'll be right with you in a second. When you look at it to me, that was such a picture. They're in the first row, and it just, it's just, the upset. You feel the upset. And I don't know whether the prosecutors understand that maybe all of us who are watching this, just like members of the family and members of the team, are feeling the upset. Michael, are you feeling it in court? Or do you see people that feeling it? Do you see the jurors feeling it?
Well, yeah, and we know how emotional they got at the various points of the prosecution case prior to this, including the 911 call. But now, as we move into the defense case, we're getting back into some emotional appeal on a totally different level. We had the sister on, right? And we're in the middle of the mom's testimony. And we took a break, and I know this was probably purposeful by the judge. It was about 5 minutes early. They were right on the verge of talking about the incident and, how this witness heard about it all. Because she was there. She spent time at the home. We know that that Lindsay Clancy had both parents up there for a period of time, living with them, being near them. So that's going to be rough, and we know that's coming. There was something I thought was interesting. Let me get your take on this. When Lindsay Clancy's sister both went in and came off the stand, I could see the whole thing unfold. They never had eye contact, which I thought was just odd.
Interesting.
I don't know what it tells you. Maybe it was being hyper careful, like she had been schooled. Don't, react. Don't interact with Lindsay. I don't know. It just seemed like,
or maybe they would break down. Maybe they'd break down.
Maybe I just thought maybe even the most minimal, just eye contact, but no, nothing.
Yeah, maybe the part that got me is when, and again, this is the second time we've heard it, but when her mother said Lindsay wanted to sleep in bed with me. I mean, oh my God.
Yeah. Yep. And as the mom, when you hear that from your adult daughter of 3 kids, something's wrong. Something is seriously wrong.
Yes, really. Madeira Beach caregiver, thank you very much for that. And please make sure you ask Dr. G tonight about his opinion role in the post-fact summary. I don't think we're going to go there tonight. We have a whole bunch of other things to do. Thank you very much. So maybe tomorrow night with the other doctor. But thanks, Madeira. We have a short time with him because of the time difference, and I want to use it to go over the questions he and I have gone over basically. And I wish we had time to watch my baby psychosis before he's on, but maybe we'll watch it after and he'll come back if he likes us. It's really interesting in England, by the way. One of the discussions we had, he needed to know what the parameter, he and Dr. Dean, who is the coroner friend of mine, of ours, who was important in securing the doctor for tonight. In England, because there's something called the 1981 Contempt of Court Act, it prioritizes the fairness of trial over absolute freedom of speech. And publishing anything, and publishing means orally too, that could be a substantial risk of serious prejudice to the trial is illegal. So he was one of the concern what he could say, because in the BBC in England, you would not be able to talk the way we are speaking about this case. so
Very interesting.
openly. So I thought that was interesting. So we had to go over the parameters of what we could and could not
like,
say, which is
Don't they know the
very-
First Amendment? Oh, they don't have the First Amendment. Sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
they've been known to clamp down on speech before. Yes.
Okay. What else did you find out there?
I was looking at some of the conversation with the mother, because remember, she's there much more so than the sister. The sister was this very text-based relationship, and the mom was much more there. She lives closer, and as she started to see and hear from Lindsay Clancy that things were not going well, culminating in part with the request to sleep with her mom. She also talked about, some of the things she said, I don't feel like myself anymore. And it was when she just started taking the drugs. That was when she first started having these feelings. Different than anxiety, depression, those things that might be connected to the postpartum condition. They were exacerbated, and some of them knew when she started taking these different drugs. And she's talking about it to her mom. I'm scared. I'm not feeling well. I'm thinking about suicide. And then, and I think she even gave the date of this kind of scary moment where she said, I'm thinking about hurting the children.
Yeah.
So
what was that? Was that like a mic drop moment for?
Well,
did you say it or what? What did you feel, Mike?
Yeah,
Well,
it was-
you're
it-
watching. What did you feel?
yeah, I mean, it was dramatic. It's because we hadn't heard it specified like that to somebody else, like in person, not a text, not something second or third. This is the woman who heard her own daughter say that, and that's got to send a chill through you, especially when you heard her talk about the grandkids, and how you'll never understand a grandmother's love for the grandkids until you become a grandmother. That's when I decided to make note of another juror who I'm calling grandmother. She's on the front right, front row, hard right, and she's just like hunched over writing just during this whole discussion about being a grandmother and the interactions between Lindsay's mom and Lindsay. It was just for her. I'm guessing it just hit home.
Yeah. Any other reactions from the jury that you saw?
I'm trying to think what I talked about from earlier today. I did notice sort of a little more camaraderie. At this point in a trial, we're in week number 4. Personalities emerge, friendships to some degree. So I just felt seemed less rigid. It's very, it's a degree versus a massive difference. It's just like they seem a little more comfortable with one another. So I've seen juries, as I'm sure you have, where they'll come in and they're like, nudging one another and pointing at stuff, and they're not doing that.
And they go down here and they kind of talk to each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I dropped my pen.
Yeah. Right.
No, I have not seen that. Much more. They're still more formal than that, but it just seems looser as we head into week 4.
How about them taking notice of the press? I've seen jurors who take notice of the press in the courtroom, or who the media is.
I call her handsome woman. She's second from the left, top row, back row. She has always been very attentive to who's out there. And I think we actually kind of locked eyes before they broke for the last time. I thought I was in trouble. It felt like I was in trouble. She takes attendance of sorts with everybody in the gallery.
Yeah.
So, and it's packed today. There are a couple of empty spots maybe, but it's pretty well packed.
Wow. And so more packed than usual?
Yeah, well, I missed 2 days last week, so I don't know how it was escalating, but from the last week, Monday and Tuesday when I was here, definitely more people. And I was looking at the media list to see if that had grown versus the public. It's about the same, maybe even a few less, and we know that's going to balloon when we get to closings.
Yes, right.
But for now, it seems pretty steady. You kind of get a sense of the same folks that are there. We have the 3 rows on the left. If you're looking at the bench, 3 rows nearest the jury on the left, pretty much full. Maybe that's 15 to 20 press, and then probably 3 times that many public, filling up the rest of the benches. And then you have the ones, that picture you shown, that is, I think, 4 benches on that side. It's kind of the short side because the doorway is breaking it up. You see where the witnesses come in. There are a few rows past that, but most of them are condensed from the door toward the defense table. and nobody, you can't sit there. Public can't sit there, press can't sit there. So there are empty seats, but they won't let you sit there.
They won't just sit there. Why is that?
They've just got it cordoned off for defense team, supporters of the defense, whomever they feel should be sitting there. So yeah, it's just not part of the public options or press.
And Lindsay herself, Lindsay Clancy, she was pretty animated, obviously, as we know, and upset the day of the autopsy, the second medical examiner. And someone pointed out she gave like a smile to Kevin Reddington the other day.
Yeah.
Was she any signs of animation today? And if so, at what point?
Here's what I noticed with her today. She had the glasses on again, and I'm just speculating that she does wear contacts and sometimes she doesn't. And we didn't notice that until she had that first breakdown way back in the early part of the case and came back from that emotional moment with the glasses on. Anyway, when Ian Whiffen was up there commanding presence, she was watching him, looking at him, and she doesn't always look at the witnesses. And by contrast, when the sister came on, and then more so when the mom came on, she's looking away. And I don't think it's to avoid them. I think it's the subject matter they're getting into is much, when you're talking times and locations and those kinds of things, like if Ian Whiffen is, not a lot of emotion in that. And so I think she seemed to feel more comfortable, looking at somebody. But getting into some of the more emotional time with the family, the sister, the mom, and I expect what's to come here after the lunch break. Looking away. And I have not seen any crying or overt emotion, but I did notice the bailiff moved the box of tissue closer to her and the trash can, which I've talked about before, which is outside the defense table. And I think it's just because it's clunky and she's got a wheelchair. So she moved the tissue box and the wastebasket a little closer to Lindsay, maybe in anticipation.
I have two other questions before I let you go, because I'm pretty sure you want to get a little bit of lunch before they start.
I had somebody, Bob Mata's here, and he's got a friend that has basically put him up, and I'm sure he's talked about it. But she's also like in charge of lunch, and she said, "I'm going to bring you a lunchbox tomorrow. I'm going to bring you." I said, "Well, I can't say no, because I always do this at lunch, and so I grab what I can." But very sweet, very nice.
That is very nice. The judge, the other day when we had the issue of Father Bob being on the prosecution new witness list, you heard the judge say, I thought you heard the judge say, "Oh my God, maybe it was not him," but does it sound like him to me? Any animation from the judge, who I really like? I think he's done a great job in this trial.
I do too.
I think we should have not let all the so many first responders in, but
Yeah, and we know that the decision that went against him, maybe that decision came too late to affect this case. Maybe a couple of the defense witnesses that we're now going to hear from are coming in because maybe in the back of his head that's kind of hanging there. It was a case in which he was reversed because of limitation of witnesses. Anyway, so the time you're talking about is when they got into the prosecution saying, "We want a list of the people that are going back behind closed doors with the defendant. We know there are 4 people. Well, 2 of them are attendants." And I look at them each day because they have a kind of a rotation, and they have two new ones today I haven't seen before. It's 2 women in the, 30 to 50 age group, something like that. And so that's 2 of the 4. Father Bob's one, and then Dr. Zeisel, who is not here today. I'm surprised. He must have actual work today because he's been here every day, or he's sitting out because he's coming in as a witness and they don't want him in there at the moment for that. That's possible.
for the defense cases, the moment,
For the defense case.
for the defense case.
And
Which
just so
leads
you
me-
know, because you're used to this, excluding the experts, and some jurisdictions say yes, some don't. The cell phone guy for the defense is in the courtroom. He was in there for Whiffen's testimony. So
Massachusetts generally doesn't allow it, and I didn't know that in Hernandez. I just assumed it, and then the judge, called me up. I told you on the bench, but then he forgave me and let me. No problem.
he gave you a break. You out of towners.
Yeah,
So-
you out of towners,
yeah.
because it's normal that usually your expert witness experts they're not changing their facts like a witness that an eyewitness. Let me put it that way for people that understand better. They're not changing their fact. I mean, they're talking about and they're going to critique another expert. So usually, in most jurisdictions it's allowed that an expert is not subject to any sequestration order with the other expert, but other jurisdictions they are. So,
Yeah, it's just so helpful if they can take in the other experts' information, and then maybe there's a reaction to it, maybe there's not, maybe there's something new that they weren't provided in their, their counter opinion. No, and again, they're professionals, so it's not the same as a lay witness who might be, overly kind of impacted by some of the other testimony. But every place is different. So,
and what's next? I guess the final question I have for you is what's next before I turn the program back over to you.
I think it's going to be, obviously the cross of Lindsay Clancy's mom. And then.
And what would you do if you're the prosecution? Give me this break. Come on.
I hesitate to guess what these folks are going to do because they seem so out of touch with what resonates negatively with the jury. So I don't know if they're going to try and, let's expose some bias. Let's expose a mom's bias for her daughter and the grandkids. I don't know. I have no idea. Obviously the direct is now at a point where we're going to get to that very emotional stuff, which means the handoff from the direct to the cross is going to be at a very sticky point, right? I mean, it may even be we need to take a break here, folks, before it happens, depending on how the defendant reacts and how her mom reacts on the stand. It could get a little sloppy. So, and again, I'm thinking, I actually thought, well, maybe they'll put the defense cell guy on next because then, whiffing is easy, right there in people's minds, bring this guy on to refute that and replace his testimony with my defense expert. So he's here. So he may come up toward the end of the day. Emily Thorndike, that voir dire has to take place before she can testify.
And then you have the experts.
Then you have
the Dr. Zeisel and Dr.
Lapizada and Dr. Condi and Dr. V, the ER doctor. Yeah. So whether they'll get to them today or not, I don't know. Remember, we only do basically 2 hours after lunch. It's not a huge chunk of time. So if they really could, what they should do is, like I'm producing this trial for them, what they should do is they finish up with mom. Maybe they get to the cell phone expert because he's here and then call it. At that point, bring in Thorndike for the voir dire after you've let the jury go. So you don't have to have them cooling their heels while you're doing that. And then they're ready to go tomorrow with the rest of the experts. That's just me, though.
And close, and then the prosecution would have rebuttal because they can't help themselves. They just can't.
Well, remember in this case they have to because of the shifting of the burden. We've heard enough already with just these witnesses to raise the prima facie affirmative defense. It doesn't take much. So once that happens, now the Commonwealth, if they don't rebut, you're effectively agreeing to the affirmative defense because in Massachusetts that burden shifts. So they got to have a rebuttal of some sort. And we don't know how long that's going to be. We have no clue.
One of the things I wanted to ask you, and I brought it up in the chat, is talking to Dr. Gregor and Dr. Dean today, that the issue in England, this would never be charged as a murder, it'd be charged as manslaughter or as an infanticide for the youngest child, but that the youngest child, the postpartum psychosis for the youngest child, if this were in England, wouldn't work because she killed the other 2 older kids. So the question I have is that in the United States, isn't the fact that she has postpartum psychosis inclusive of all 3 kids? And that's one of the things I want to let you think about and maybe try to nose about in terms of the experts for defense.
You would think, that makes perfect sense because I don't think psychosis would draw the line at the one child that in theory it spirals out of that birth, right? If that's the argument, because even the most liberal experts are not going to say postpartum lasts into the age of a 5 and a 3-year-old. It's usually 24 months is the longest I've heard, right? That a postpartum condition might exist. Some say the first 12 months only. But yeah, I think you're right in terms of the harm inflicted. Do you have to parse out, where the psychosis ends and where it continues, and so it only applies to the one child, not the other 2? That would be weird. But yeah, it's worth exploring. No doubt about that.
So explaining, that's why it's good to have different experts of all different types and in different countries to see how they deal with this. But all that matters for this jury is what's going to happen in that courtroom where you are. And I'm going to let you get back to it, Michael, unless you have anything else to add, because really, I think you do need a break. You only have about 15 minutes left.
Let me check. Let me check my my notes here, my copious notes. Yeah, it was December. That was the key, the December when she said she had thoughts of harming the children. And that was kind of where they stopped and where they're going to pick up with the direct examination. There was earlier today, there were some interesting moments, believe it or not, when talking about Whiffen, not him and his testimony, but talking with other folks about him outside. Most people know the guy, know where he was. The New York Times reporter I talked to was unfamiliar, which I found interesting. Unfamiliar, not so much with the Karen Reed case. Everybody knows about that, but the fact that he testified in it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it was interesting to get her perspective because it was sanitized. It's tough for me to look at the guy and take him seriously after what I saw. It's just difficult.
Yeah, well, the fact that you rewrite your software to take out a search that was helpful for the defense, to me, put him in a whole different light. That's the problem I had with,
So she felt that he was fine as a witness, but she basically asked the question I think the jury might be asking, which is, how does this get us? How does this propel us down the road at all? Maybe there's a confirmation of the timeline, a couple of timeline issues, but is it really helping them get to intent on behalf of the Commonwealth? Here's one other thing I wanted to mention, and you probably heard Kevin Reddington when he was making his motion for acquittal. He added an alternative argument, which was the court could find second-degree murder almost as a matter of law. I thought that was an interesting something to dangle out there because obviously they don't want that either. It's going to be on the verdict form. What do you think about that in terms of his argument?
Yeah, that was interesting. He just wanted to get rid of the first-degree murder, period.
Yeah.
And then so have them, when they're back in the jury room, have them, is that if the court found second degree, is manslaughter a lesser included? Or?
I think it is, and I'm waiting to see when this winds down and they have their instruction conference. And
sorry about this, everybody. Apologize.
Speaking of poker, and they're working through the verdict form. We'll see if not only second degree is included, but manslaughter.
Interesting.
I think that would open things up very interestingly. Again, I don't think you're going to get unanimity on any level of guilt, but when you throw in some compromise options like second degree and manslaughter, who knows?
Maybe we have to get Michael Del Signore on, our resident Massachusetts lawyer, to give us a viewpoint about that. When we get to like Thursday, when I assume that's when your anticipation is what they're going to do, charging conference on Friday, that they're going to get through testimony and then it's close on Monday. Is that what your viewpoint is right now?
I have to say that's my wish, but I'm not sure today will tell us a lot. The end of today will tell us a lot. And I'll ask Mr. Reddington where he is. And then the only variable is, well, what the hell is the Commonwealth going to do in rebuttal?
Yeah.
They're going to beat it to death. Are they going to be short and sweet? Who knows?
Yeah. Interesting. To Jules, thank you very much, Nursing the Truth, Silver Star. Really appreciate that. Okay, so Nursing the Truth does have a question which goes to that. When will the judge rule on letting the witnesses in for the defense?
Yeah. Well, we already know 3 of them. We know La Posada, Dr. V, Dr. Condi. They're all coming in. There is some question about the degree to which they can cover certain things. The court has in its order sort of outlined, like La Posada gets to talk about things like, and as it relates to LINDSAY CLANCY, her injuries. And I want to hear that because I have no idea how she exited that window. And on Friday, we went over
well, she didn't go down the stairs because it wasn't picked up on the Apple Watch.
That's right. Does the Apple Watch pick up 10-foot straight vertical? I don't think so. We went over the opening statements on Friday I like to refresh people's minds about, bit by bit what they claim they have, and then you can think back what they've proven. And since there's really only Whiffen, what we went over on Friday is about as good as it gets in terms of comparing what she said. Ms. Buckmeyer, what is her name? Buckminster, Buckmeyer, Buckhorn, Buckingham. So we went through that bit by bit, and one of the points I hadn't noticed first time around is she says LINDSAY CLANCY went out the window. That's how she described it. So does that mean they don't even know? It just seemed odd to me, as if that important information, because it is important to me, especially if you're suggesting it was ill-fated suicide attempt or it was a fake attempt. Hanging by your fingernails and trying to drop the other 6 feet. That's not even not even close to the effort you need to kill yourself. That nobody would do that if they really were trying to end their lives. But did she take a swan dive out? Did she just step off? But that was the interesting part of the opening statement. That's when she went out the window. So Dr. LaPosada is supposed to give testimony on that for sure.
You did a great job, by the way. If anyone hasn't seen Michael's review you called it something. What was it? It was a catchy name. Promises kept. Promises kept.
That's
They
right.
weren't
Question
kept,
mark.
right?
Question mark. Promises
Question mark,
kept.
promises kept.
Which is what we're doing.
Yeah.
You know, when we look at the opening statement, these are the promises I'm making to you, jury members. Here's what the evidence will show. And if you can go back and look at that and say, they didn't prove that, they didn't even talk about that. That was the opposite of what they said. I mean, I think it's very helpful. Jury doesn't get to do that, of course. But for those of us who watch these things unfold, it can be very helpful.
Yeah.
Here
So, Michael,
comes the family.
Oh, you better go back. You have to
No,
get something to eat and go.
That's
to the,
okay. I may have say a little hi as they come in just to see if I like to gauge them, see how they're doing, because
All right.
this is Lindsay's mom going back on the stand here. So, and it'll definitely be the most dramatic part of her testimony, not just on direct, but when she gets cross-examined to whatever degree the Commonwealth thinks that's a good idea. I don't know.
If anyone, by the way, who's watching, of the people watching have not subscribed to our channel, please do so right now. We're trying to get to 39,000 so that by the middle of September, which is our anniversary-ish of 2 years, we're at 40,000, which is
You guys
quite
doing
a
all right?
feat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. You just did it. So.
Yeah, they seem, even mom seemed, like, let's do this. So, okay.
All right. I was giving you a cover with the subscribe while you were doing that.
Yes, thank you. Okay, guys, I will check with you later. I'll probably do a little wrap up whenever we're done, and then I'll obviously circle back for the 6. What's the plug again for our guest?
What is the plug? Oh, it's 6 o'clock down Alain Gregor, the leading expert overseas in women's health, women's mental health, postnatal issues. It'd be interesting to see if we agree, disagree, but we're going to get an opinion and we will listen to it and we will discuss it relating to the case we have in front of us here in the United States of America. So,
all righty.
Michael Bryant, I'm going to add, I'm putting this on the stage so I don't forget.
Good idea. Okay, see y'all later.
Bye. And I will see you all later. Absolutely. Yes, I am wearing a Jets shirt. I'm wearing a Jets because I'm working in my office today. I'm actually having my regular, office sweater on. But I was a little chilly and I figured, well, what better than to start my losing season with the Jets with the loss in the preseason. So I just wanted to remind myself that some things never change. And one of the things that never changes is that Michael Bryant is one of the greatest reporters there is, talking to people and giving us a feel of what is happening in that courtroom. So stay with us. I'm going to take myself off the stage. I'm going to keep the court seal up, get a break, get a coffee, get a Coca-Cola, do whatever you need to do, popcorn, a football break since we're talking about football, and they should be coming back pretty soon since you did see the family go in, and tell Michael Bryant that they're doing all right. They're doing okay. All right. So thank you all. See you all at 6, but you're going to stay on here. Put your questions in the chat at 6 when you portal back over to it, because we won't see the questions probably here. So go to the 6 o'clock chat, put the questions and any super chats you have in the 6 o'clock chat where we will see them. Unless Michael Bryant gets on at the end of today, which he may, as you know, he sometimes gets on at the end of the day and gives you a wrap up here. But if there's something important, you can put it here and you can put it there, just in case you want it to be sure that it's going to be answered. So I'm Linda Kenny Baden. This is Justice Serve TV. Please subscribe, like, share, notify, and hype. And Michael will see you after the court ends, and I will see you at 6 o'clock along with him. Stay with us.
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, before we proceed with this, could I just see counsel briefly sidebar? All right, so we ready for the jury? Do you have some water up there?
I do, thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Your seat. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Trudy Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably early, maybe earlier rather than mid-December, but I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her come stay with you in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276. And so you talked about the text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom, would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
And then after that, that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." You remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, if you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277. Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were again back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, !" I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
Looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, make it home okay, and you said, yep. Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, good, going to the Science Museum. You say, great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night. And she said, I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good. Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30. Does that refresh your memory?
That's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay. Then on page 39, this is January 10th. You say at 9:48 a.m., good morning, how are you doing today? And Lindsay responded, good, at the gym with the kids. You said, nice, still sleeping good. And she responded, pretty good, yeah, not perfect, but enough. And you said, are you feeling any better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit. They said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, okay, a little at a time. Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, how was your day later on in the day? And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi mom, doing all right, nothing new really, just taking it day by day. You said still feeling a little better. And she said a little bit. You said sleeping okay. She said not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So
I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Carolyn with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often that I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. But
Okay.
again, if they were there, then we
Then you-
sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
Some belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, Mom, pretty good today. How about you? You asked about the little ones, and she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out, and now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, Mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's going to be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's going to try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication. Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning. Is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning. It's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Codder. Do you remember them going to the Cape Codder water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says a little bit. You said still taking the same medication. She said yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Okay. Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out and she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently. And the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together. And you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes. But again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better. I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said, yes, correct?
That's correct without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember two things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall two things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
What do you want? Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want?
Yes.
Oh, this was one.
That's all right. I can check later. Just looking here through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green. Recall that this was introduced into evidence? Do you recall her questioning you from this?
On October 19th?
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was Exhibit 276, and the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she
Yes.
said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
Okay. So what I had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that Exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
10/23.
10/23. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
Right.
If you know.
Yes.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as Exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to reoffer this in its entirety.
I see counsel sidebar, please.
278, formerly used.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right. Almo?
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you. All right, defendant?
Yes. I call Dr. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you should give Thank you, sir. You can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part if you determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education and experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case. You must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw from the testimony. All right. And I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right. All right, Mr. Rankin.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency Medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
I did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school? Where'd you go to med school?
St. Louis University School of Medicine.
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to traumas.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
You did. You asked me to review the...
Very what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records from South Shore Hospital, Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is, you know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay. So the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also, what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100, and hypotensive means that her blood pressure was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall, what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case, they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but
okay.
Question.
Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
so she had 2 full thickness lacerations, one on the left, one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis and the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1, and then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her second-story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Objection.
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
Okay, I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Counsel, now could I see it sidebar?
Okay.
All right. Members of the jury, I told you it was going to be stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now for the day for you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to counsel about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow, the plan would be, hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can. And we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you, talk about this case Don't read anything about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All rise, please. Your executive.
Here's the core of this closed session. Please see it.
Hey, Council, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow, not very long. so these will be marked for identification. Those will be impounded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right. Anything else you should address before tomorrow morning, Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington? All right, so I appreciate everybody's patience and work on this morning and this afternoon. So we'll be in recess on this matter till 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
Hey, folks, for those hanging around, I know that court ended like 30 minutes ago. They had the longest sidebar ever. But I thought I'd give you my take on what is happening, what might be happening. It was very strange that during this extended sidebar, Kevin Reddington not saying much, most of the conversation between the judge and the Commonwealth. But then Richard Meyer, I think his first name is Richard, last name is definitely Meyer, Patrick Clancy's attorney, came into the mix. And for at least half that sidebar, the conversation was involving him. So, yeah, let the Patrick Clancy theorists go cuckoo over what that might mean. Not sure, but it was kind of an interesting note for the sidebar. So obviously they'll be back at it tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Defense, I'm thinking two things are going on. First of all, they may have run out of witnesses, not knowing exactly who was going to be needed for the day and how long the day was going to go. I mean, really, we just ended about 45, 50 minutes early. Not that big a deal. And they also, I think, they want to get the Emily Klondike materials from McLean so that they can decide that, the judge can decide to what degree, if at all, she's going to be allowed to testify, because that is key. Michael will be coming with out of the courtroom comments. What was the last question that Karen, I'll tell you what it was. That's good. That's a good. Thanks, LKB. I still think he should have asked Dr. V to explain hesitation marks. Yeah, he kind of left that dangling. There was a question about it. Are you familiar with them? Do you know what they are? I think he was trying to get, as we do with most experts, an opinion, an ultimate opinion. The first time he asked, it was objected to, and he moved on. Anytime the question starts with, do you believe to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, here comes an expert opinion. And he wanted to get, I believe, the opinion that she was attempting to commit suicide. That's what I think he was looking for. Otherwise, how might it be relevant? And that's probably why the objection was sustained. Lack of foundation and relevance from what this guy saw in the ER, and the fact that she was then life flighted to a different hospital because the injuries were serious. Is that enough? Is that enough to give an ultimate opinion? Because he's an expert. And you saw Kevin Reddington lay the foundation for that expertise, but he really was testifying as a treating physician. That's different than an expert. An expert's allowed to give opinions on whatever it is you may be asked to give an opinion on, and the court wasn't willing to go that far. He did review materials prior to testifying, some pictures and some other reports, probably just barely supplementing what he took in himself by his own, eyes and ears on the night that Lindsay Clancy came to see him and, was treated by him before she was moved on to another location. So to me, that was what he wanted. He wanted to get that ultimate opinion that she was in fact trying to kill herself. But that we didn't get that far. Didn't happen. Didn't come in. So tomorrow, let's see. Did the jury seem frustrated with the Commonwealth questioning the mom? I don't know about frustrated. I think she connected with them. Certainly with the new juror I've dubbed Grandma, or the grandmother, because she was writing down everything. I think she had a word for word transcription of everything that was said by the mom of Lindsay Clancy. Otherwise, no, I saw toward the end, I also, speaking of Grandma, the grandmother, saw her, kind of like yawn, like that was enough. But you never know. Have a good night, folks. Obviously that's the family, Clancy family. So I think they were not upset that it would be wrapped for the day, but we had such fits and starts. We never really had a sustained session that anybody had a chance to kind of get tired of or through. So, easy day for them. I'm still wondering how this is going to play out tomorrow. As I said, we still have Dr. Laposada, we still have Dr. Condi, and we have the Emily Klondike thing up in the air. That could be resolved tomorrow if they get those records. That's what I think what most are hoping. If we get through those folks tomorrow, and if you use, I don't think you can use Dr. V as, and I wrote down his name here because the reason I call him Dr. V is because it's Volksevich. I think that's close. I mean, the guy's an ER doc. He's not a Dr. Laposada who's going to be truly an expert testifying in this case, as is Dr. Zazel. So you can't judge the length of his testimony with what is to come. So I'm thinking if you get through the experts between tomorrow and maybe it slops into Wednesday, maybe, then you have the rebuttal case. I'm assuming that's going to take the balance of Wednesday, and maybe you're going into Thursday. Now we're up against that. What do we do? Maybe we have a jury instruction conference council on either Thursday or half of the day Thursday, depending on what else happens. And then we call it for the week. That way you don't put yourself into that Friday, closings, deliberation, get the hell out of your verdict on a Friday. So I think I'm looking at it each day to see what's more likely to happen or not happen. I think it is more likely to happen at the end of today than I thought it might be at the beginning of today, because we just didn't have all that much testimony. Had a lot of breaks and a lot of some law in motion on the motion for acquittal. It just wasn't a lot of substance today, which is great because we have an amazing guest tonight coming on from England who will talk to us about all of these issues that have been talked about in this case and the uniqueness that is Great Britain, where they have an infanticide statute which limits, or I should say minimizes, or both, the penalty for a postpartum related death of a child. So going to be fascinating. So join us at 6:00 for that. I'll be, instead of here where it is, I feel a little drizzle. I'll be over there with a lovely view of the courthouse behind, and then back at it again tomorrow as they get back to it here. It's just that's the court clerk, or I'm not sure. I've talked about this before. The person doing the voice recording, right? That's the voice recording, not this kind of recording. She seems to be the clerk as well. She's the one who always identifies and stamps the evidence. So this woman who just passed by, and the bailiffs keep us kind of at a distance when they say you got to clear out of the courtroom. I like to hang out and say hi to people, but nope, not here. So she's kind of the one that calls the case, but doesn't seem to help with the exhibits. I don't understand why. And then I'm blaming Bob Motta for this. So it was during the sidebar, and I think I've mentioned this before in a tweet, if not, a post. There are no things as tweets, doofus. In a post, maybe I talked about it before on a show, but the court recorder, and I'm saying that versus court reporter, the court recorder, she is also taking down what's happening at the sidebar. She doesn't move. She stays where she normally is, which if you've watched any of this, it's right in front of the witness box, right? She doesn't get up, because I've seen in many cases, the last one I remember was Kelsey Fitzsimmons' trial, where it was one of these type reporters, and she had to pick up her machine, walk all the way around to be able to hear what was going on in the sidebar. Apparently in here, there's a microphone. That's my best guess, that only she hears. She has headset for it or something. So she's just sitting there in her spot doing her voice recording while this sidebar is going on. Now, remember, you've got two Commonwealth attorneys there. You have Mr. Reddington, you have the judge, and then you had today the mix, Mr. Meyer, the attorney for Patrick Clancy. That's a lot going on. And as much as they may try to, separate out what they say, how they say it, you're going to have a lot of crosstalk, and it's got to be a nightmare for her. So Bob, who's sitting next to me, we're chatting about something very important, I'm sure. And she looks over I think she actually looked at me, because I might have been the one to say the last couple of words before she looked over, and it was the stare, like, shut the bleep up. And that's basically what was happening. And then the bailiff, I've been twice now in trouble with this bailiff. Then he came over and gave us the old, shut the, and as it turns out, because we're in the front row, we're the easiest to hear, but there's a lot of that going on. And so, I made sure I apologize to her about that. I get it. My connection to court reporters, I know they're the second most important person in the room after the jury. So in this case, since the jury had been excused, she was the most important person in the room. And I hate to get in the way of her trying to do her job, which I think is tricky enough as it is. And when you throw in the whole sidebar issue, it's tricky. Yeah, it's an amazing talent. But think of this. She hears, she's got whatever she's got in this ear doing her thing. She hears out of this ear. This ear's pointed toward the gallery, and she hears yeah, I can see how that might make it a little difficult. So sorry about that. You just can't let the kids play. They always have to be watched over. So Bob. Anyway, okay, so let me take a quick look here and see if there's anything that we want to get to before I disappear and join you again tonight. Uncle Alert, thank you so much. Blessed Beyond, is that right? Or is it Blessed Beyond? Yes, 440 joules. Uncle Alert. Okay. If I was a juror, I would ask to send a note to the judge, please, can we do longer days to get this done and get back to our normal life? Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic between the process and the judge. And I guess it's a quandary more than a dynamic, and the jury. The judge is trying to do his best to keep things moving, but not at the expense of either party getting a chance to do what they need to do to present their cases. And to be honest, the jury always gets it in the shorts because of that, because you're doing things that protect them, which quite often means downtime. And scheduling is, someone once said, a trial is a living, breathing thing. And sometimes you can't count on, the witness like going, just the way you think you're going to see them unfold. Doesn't always happen that way. And unfortunately, when it doesn't happen that way, then, the jury pays the price because they've got to be moved around to match the schedule of whomever it is that is available, isn't available, is excluded at the last minute. How do you, collapse that to take care of the jury when you don't know it's coming? It's just the way it is, unfortunately. But that is the reality of the living, breathing trial. Yeah, this was somebody was buzzing about this in the gallery. Here's my take on this. I don't believe he was, yes, Patrick Clancy. The question, do you think the defense will have Patrick Clancy as a witness? I will say no, because they did everything they needed to do on cross, and he was released. Now, normally at that point, unless you make some sort of on the record statement like, yes, Your Honor, subject to recall, we do have him on our list as a witness, and then you just don't recall him, but you have that opportunity. I don't remember that statement by Kevin Reddington. Maybe I missed it. I don't remember that. I was here for the day he came and took the stand. You can always, if you find that something changes and you're like, oh man, I got to get him back on here, and I don't think I reserve the right to do that, you make a motion to reopen and you try and get him back on. It can be done, even if you haven't reserved when you've released him the first time. Remember, he's being released as a prosecution witness, but still as a defense attorney cross-examining. That's the time when you want to say, no, nothing further, Your Honor. The court will often say, is this witness released? And you say, well, subject to recall. And then if you don't need him, you don't need him. So I don't think he's going to be returning as a witness. What do you think the defense could get out of him that they didn't get on his first go round? Because it was pretty powerful stuff they used on the cross of this guy, officially the cross, right? I'm guessing these are all Linda or somebody hijacked our account, and that's possible. What was the text that Karen? Karen, keep on. Every time I see Karen KR, I'm thinking Karen Reed. That Reddington was trying to get in, and the Commonwealth concealed, but was objected to and sustained. I don't remember if there was a specific text. We'll have to chat about that. I need a little more intel on what the subject was at the time, because that was a lot of text talk with Mom. Okay, don't forget. There you go. Don't forget. There's that. Look at that. Yes, Karen Cole, UK lawyer. I hate Friday deliberations. Yeah. Yes, I know it. It's the same 2 or 3 every time. You're going to have to go to the principal's office. Yes, I agree. I did tell him when we got in trouble the other time, if that's the, for those who don't recall, there was a photo taken that we did not initiate, post, but we were just kind of in the location that we shouldn't have been when the picture was taken, and we got a talking to, So I don't know. I think we're getting a bad reputation here, but we're still here. We weren't kicked out. I guess there's still time. Yeah, I don't know if you mean in general nursing the truth. I thought the defense would be a lot longer. Yeah, they're not done. They're not done. But they've been pretty tight, and he is. I mean, Kevin Reddington, that's his MO. This guy is not going to belabor anything. I saw something somewhere. What was it? A post about, hey, how come he didn't go after Whiffen a little harder? And then I think might have even been Aiden that responded, well, he's Jen McCabe's attorney, therefore he can't discredit him to a greater degree because then that will hurt him in that. He doesn't represent Jen McCabe anymore. When she was a witness in the Karen Reed stuff, he was her attorney. So then the question becomes, is anything he could say now after the fact that would minimize Whiffen's credibility going to adversely affect his client? Because even after you represent somebody, you do have an ongoing ethical obligation to be both confidential about communications, but also not to do anything that is not in their best interest. I think it'd be a reach, I think, for him to do anything with Whiffen that would trickle down to his very specific representation of Jennifer McCabe in that case. Yeah, that's a big question. And well, I was Patrick's lawyer there, as Patrick did testify. Yeah, we know. We definitely saw it all come and go. And so I don't know. Maybe he has concerns about some of the garbage that's floating around out there. I don't know how that would be in something the court should or could do anything about. It's just, people having their moment and, hey, God bless the First Amendment. You're free to say as many dumb things as you want to say. Believe me. Yeah, I mean, it's a stretch in my opinion. And I think he got from Whiffen what he needed, which was, hey, how come this device showed somebody walking or moving around on the day she was basically cuffed to the hospital bed? Any answer for that? No, there is no answer for that except, oh yeah, the technology sucks. Okay. I think I got all of them here that are question-esque. Let me make sure I got that. Hold on. Did I get that? Sometimes they go flying by and I'll catch a color or a couple of question marks. Okay, I think we got it. All right, so early day class. Going to let you out early. And then we'll circle back and 6 o'clock should be very interesting. This guest is going to give us some insights that we have not seen or heard, especially as it relates to both the U.S. versus U.K. and the issues that they seem to be way ahead of us on in the U.K. And that is how you deal with postpartum depression, postpartum issues as they relate to crime. Okay. Hey, look it's a clubhouse. Hold on. I think most of us, wait a second, I have to read this now. I think most of us wanted for our own entertainment proof that, yeah, it's hard to get away from it's when you were so ingrained in that whole story, it is just hard. Jen! It is. It's difficult. So I'm not going to make anything more nefarious out of, what it was. And if there were questions, let's say that Kevin Reddington could have asked, I just don't think it's worth getting into. I don't think it's a focal point of what he did or did not do. He got what he needed, and he doesn't screw around. He doesn't drag things out, as I seem to be right now. Okay, let me get out of here. We're going to wrap this up. I hope you can join us again at 6 o'clock with some expertise you ain't going to find anywhere else. But for now, from the lovely side doors of the courthouse here in Plymouth, Massachusetts, Michael Bryant with Justice Serve TV. Please try to do the right